My desk is buried because it's always buried. Good evening. There we go, there's our frame rate. Today I feel like doing farms, so we're going to do farms. As you can see, the cacti are now floral. I want to figure out how to farm these things. So let's do a single player world and let's see what we can come up with. Let's see. There's a Lizzie Jolt merch? What? Okay. Eve, here's the thing. Like, it's, God, what am I even saying? Ooh, make an 8-bit. Okay, cool. But Connor, I understand it's weird because it's not your clothes, but like a big pile of clothes, very comfy to sleep in. Okay. Let's see, I want a super flat world for this. Games, rules. Just don't spawn anything. Okay. Wait. Done. Perfect. Okay, so here's the thing about cacti. And why do I have 64 trapdoors? Can't even tell you how much of this stuff in this house still has tags and was never even given to or used by the people it was supposedly for. Sounds about right. Okay. You mean this? Okay. Let's take a look at what happens to these if we bump up the random tick speed. We'll make it 100 times what it normally is. The first thing I want to see is that the yeah, yes, Alyssa. The first thing I want to see. There's the flower. Okay, so the wiki says that if I break the flower, that it won't grow a new flower. So, if that's true, that's a problem. But I'm wondering if it's a block property. The cactus age is 0. This... Okay, so these have the same properties. So if I break these flowers, it should. Let's get stuff happening faster, shall we? Cactus extra speed run. See, that's what I'm trying to figure out, actually. If I break this... Okay, then I can't grow no cactus. Okay, so in theory, these should be able to grow cactus now. I don't know what this age property does. But none of these seem to be grown cacti. You need to have something eat the lower part of the cactus if it is 3 tall. Potentially. It does indeed look like it can grow more flowers, so we are going to have to do something about that. Okay, so a block next to a cactus flower also does not break the cactus flower. So this is going to have to be a completely separate farm. Might also screw my rates on regular farms. Yeah, this is going to be a separate farm. Although I do worry that... Since you can get it at block 2, yeah. But I think that it doesn't. Okay, so I don't know how it's tracking this. Maybe it's just keeping track of places where flowers have grown. I don't know, but there's no... I would expect a property on this cactus block, and I'm not seeing one. Okay. So most of the designs, I did a quick look to see if there was if there were any designs online for this, and the ones that I saw were flying machine designs. And the advantage of flying machine designs is that you can grow your cactus with considerable density. And this is just the general advantage of flying machine farms, that you can grow things with considerable density because you don't have to have machinery in between them. The problem being that if we grow cactus this close together, well, then we probably won't. Maybe. But here's the thing. If this block here can grow a flower when it gets random ticked, and then I remove the flower, I don't know how it's storing the fact that it already grew a flower. But yes, I will kill the drops if I do this. Unless... we could go. Welcome in, T-Mouse. Here's the thing, I don't know that cacti are that dense. I mean, they are mostly water, but... Okay. Okay, but then how does this grow the first time? Because it's 3 tall. Like, how is it going to grow the flower? And yet, and somehow it doesn't. So, we could do... Yeah, but here's the thing. Minecraft doesn't, as far as I can tell, I mean, obviously it does have some way, but like... Because it grows to 3 and then it waits for a random tick. And when it gets that random tick, I don't know how it knows whether it's grown a flower before or not. However, we could do this in the most unhinged way imaginable. Because we do know how to harvest with a flying machine in a way that the blocks won't get broken. It does involve hopper minecarts. I'm gonna show you. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the world download for this thing. I think we're gonna try. Just because this is truly a ridiculous thing to do. Actually, let me just demonstrate here. So, if I do this, let's see, means that doesn't work. But I will demonstrate here. We put a cactus flower, then I hopper minecart. And then we try to design 5 tall, 5 wide, half arch, and that is a real challenge in blocks. Good luck. I will say that the design you've been sending me today looks super cool. I love it. Like, honestly, you told me that you would do something if I did a guest area in my city, and that design made me seriously consider it. But regardless, if we do this, well, then we should have our cactus flower right there. And here's the thing. If we design a flying machine, which has already been done, if we design a flying machine that has a minecart like that, then we can just fly the machine across the cactus farm. I will present it for your consideration once I have it complete. Excellent, thank you, Eve. Okay, so here's what I think we're gonna do today. As usual, Ilmango has this figured out. So I want to do two things. I want to do the cactus flower farm, and I want to do the not cactus flower farm, but the firefly bush farm. And Ilmango has designs that are adaptable to both. So we're going to use the... I have so many post-its. What post? Excellent, Eve. Although I think my desire to have my base reflect my building style won out, but I would still love to see that building somewhere else on the server. Okay. So I think... Oh! Post-its. Post-its. Okay, I had it grouped differently. I was like, I have so many posts. It's WTF, and I was so confused. Yeah, but I kind of like the block theme of that area, other than the city hall. Where could it go? Honestly, like... I mean, Eve, if you wanted to be truly unhinged, you could just do a modern city on top of your base. Like, that's a thing you could do. Let me double check this. Setting, right? I didn't mean to mute y'all. Okay, cool. You'll put it next to Alyssa? Just put it right under the PowerPoint sign. Okay, so let's do a proof of concept here. Let me go find. I'll show you. Okay, YouTube. Only place things in close proximity that you won't mind tearing down. Okay. It is super cool though, Alyssa, just so you know. Okay, so this is what we got. Anyhow, I think it's a world download that we're gonna yoink here. Let's see. Hang on a second. Opening up my world folder. Boom. Stripped. Okay. So here's the bamboo farm. And actually, let me I haven't set up mods on this thing, but I'm gonna yoink world edit. Versions. Cool. Clearly to make you reconsider. Actually, I'll just tag you back. Excellent. Good job, Eve. Okay. Let's see. Babes. Minecraft. I need to stop Minecraft for a second. Here. Big ox face. Okay. Edit instance. Version. Install fabric. I love how easy this is. Oh my gosh. Okay. World edit. Lunch. Oh, so that's really disappointing. Okay. So now we have our world edit. And here's what I'm going to do. Gold. Max. Eva, I'll look in just a second. It will indeed go great with the cozy forest aesthetic. No, but I do like it. I like the top section you put on it. Okay, I'm gonna show this on screen here. Okay. This is cool. This is really cool. And one of the things that I like about it is the way that this column, this that brick column extends up to the top. It's a sandwich. I like it. This is Eve's. This is Eve's design. Twistable crayons. Thanks, Vex. I'm just showing off my work, you know? Wonder if the kids next door are getting close to the age of using these, or if the mom would want them. Honestly, I think this is cooler than the armor library that I built on Joe's server. So, Eve, when you say armor shop, are you saying that you're going to be selling armor, or are you just having armor trims? Okay. Pick one up. Replace rooted dirt with sand. And 3 up. Replace bamboo with air. And then, so we have a little bit of a problem here because if we do cactus, there's only 3 blocks here, which means we're not going to get very many flowers if we do this. So we need to raise the ceiling by 1 block, but without moving where the flying machines are. And honestly, we have to hope that that works, because I don't know if it's going to work. See, we can raise the ceiling, but I'm wondering if that's going to... Oh, we might just be able to remove the ceiling. Because if we look... Oh, cool, Eve. Are you going to have, like, a trading setup? So... I'm forgetting how this damn thing works. Like... So the signal goes this way, which means this is being used somehow to signal the flying machines. But what does it do? Yeah, Vex, but we do have these observers here. And I'm trying to figure out what those do. Excellent, Eve. Everybody loves a store nobody can afford to shop at. Okay, Alyssa, but you're learning. Okay, so where are the pistons that actually drive this thing? Oh, they're back here. So here's the flying machine. I'm so glad, Alyssa. Okay, so the flying machine pushes this thing, and then... What in the world does this do? Okay, let's... Quick freeze. It only takes at a time until this thing moves. Yeah, but you can just leave the observers where they're at. It would only affect the cacti at the edges. Yes, but I want to figure out what they're for. Okay. So the flying machines get pushed down. The blades get pushed down and the flying machines start to move. And the observers just fired. Just now. What did that possibly do? Hang on. Let's... Yes, it is, Alyssa. It's the neatest thing. This is honestly the coolest farm design I've ever seen. But... we need our redstone tweaks. Let's do a 1.21 pack. Oh, the slow-mo of running the farm? Yeah, so that's the thing that happened once Gnembon got hired at Mojang, because Tick Freeze was long a function of Carpetmon, and he was able to get it into the vanilla game once he got to Mojang. Okay, let's go through and figure out what we actually want. I don't want to mess with the look of things. I could have pink end rods. I do like this one. Fancier fences. Amazing. I wonder if this fancier fences thing ended up in one of... I am handpicking, yes. More zombies. Okay. This is such a pretty mod. But I don't like the change to the biome. Like, the grass gotta stay green. I probably should get it as a separate pack, actually. You're not wrong. As much as I'm tempted by these, they change the experience. So I don't want them. Let's see, I do like most of the variations though. So we're gonna go with variated dirt. We're gonna go with basically all of the variations. I love the variated bricks. Variated birch logs are goob. This one, I'm always torn on this one because they also have 3D bookshelves, and I like the 3D bookshelves. This one I hate because there's a thing in real life, sunflowers all face the same way. So it's like why? Let's see. We don't want the connected ones because we'll use continuity for that. These I want to do in a separate pack. But these. Interesting. So it's not randomized. Because it used to be randomized when you place them. The stage for bookshelves engraved vanilla tweaks 3D chiseled ones. Okay. Oh, you're right. The vanilla isn't 3D. I forgot. Okay. Now this would be good. I want this. This we use mini head for. Or borders can be a separate pack because it's useful sometimes, but I don't like it having it on all the time. This, absolutely yes. This, absolutely yes. This I use. The redstone stuff I like to have in a separate pack just so I can disable this. And this I like to have just because it's cool. Which one are you going to pick apart, Alyssa? We're all modular toggle enjoyers. Honestly, if you don't see why a modular toggleable resource pack is a good thing, if you don't get the appeal, then you're welcome here. I'm not going to judge you, but I honestly don't understand why you are drawn to this channel. Okay, let's see. Let's do this one. This one I always feel like because this one feels cheating. But this one just feels like what it would actually look like if you wore a pumpkin. So I like to use this one. Okay, now the 3D ones. Bookshelves, chiseled bookshelves, chains. I hate the dripstone. I hate the amethyst crystals. This is awful. I hate this so much. 3D redstone wire is kind of fun, but I kind of don't like it. I don't like the 3D mace either. I do like the 3D ladders and rails and sugarcane. Iron bars, lily pads are fun. I don't like these though. I don't like the blocky ones, I guess. I don't know what it is about them. I kind of like the 3D vines, but I want them to eh. The glow gun I don't like to be 3D because it makes the I like how they're flat. It makes it easy to do the trees in like my custom biome, and those don't look as good with 3D glow icons, so I don't use it. Um, and this too, I don't like to be 3D. I hate the 3D Stormcutter because I like the blade to be thin. I do like. I'm going to do the UI separately. I'm doing that. So with these, I like to get the ilmango golden apples. And then for the fixes, this one would conflict with the utility observer. Don't like this actually. We'll get this, we'll get this. I don't want this. I do like this though. It's like, when are you going to see it? But I like knowing it's there. I need to pay attention to chat. Okay, Vex is doing mad science, attempting to play God even. I've never heard of him doing such a thing. I'm shocked. The pumpkin overlay. Excellent. Oh, you like the dripstone? Okay, so which one is cool but you don't like in the context? If which one is giving not my pine? Which one is giving pine cone? Okay, yeah. The dripstone. Okay. I don't see it. I don't see the pine cone. Okay. Sure. No, that can stay the way that it is. I don't like these pixel consistent ones, generally speaking. Some of these are so ridiculously detail oriented, it's insane. Okay. I don't know what this slime particle fix does. We don't use fast leaves anyway, so that's fine. Eating the bubble is fine. Yeah, we'll get that. Okay. This we can't use because we have the 3D ones. I don't actually like this. Corrected. Long my god. So Vex says, listen, I just want some bees to produce industrial TNT and titanium for me, and maybe a little bit of magic on the side. Um, I'm Melissa. These bees are going to be built different. You can see it, but I've also seen really skinny long pine cones that don't have sizable gaps between the funky spiky bits. Okay, but they still have spiky bits. That doesn't have spiky bits. That kind of disqualifies it for me. Hofix. I don't know what the Hofix does, but I get it. Yeah, sure. Let's see. And see, did I get my rainbow XP? Oh, I was going to do the UI separately. Okay. Rename this to PT 121.5 aesthetic. Okay, now refresh. And we're going to go for the UI ones. Dark UI is nice. And we want the rainbow ones. Unobtrusive. Peace and quiet. We want the quieter mine cards. Peace and quiet, quieter mine cards. Have you guys not been seeing anything? 1 second. There. Okay. And finally the redstone one. The sticky piston sides, directional hoppers, directional dispensers, directional observers. Don't like this at all. I also don't love this. Forget it anyway. Oh, this is useful. I should add it to the UI one actually. And then no box. The UI one. And then under utility, we want brewing guide, which really should be under UI, but I guess it could go either way. And then we're going to do this, and we're going to name it. Why are they groovy? What's groovy? ET 1.21.5. UI. Okay. And then let me stick y'all back on Minecraft. Then this one, we're gonna Minecraft folder, resource packs. Stick all of our vanilla tweaks in there. And of course, we have to do get flowered. It's required. This is the only one that's truly not optional. You must use it. Okay. You go in there. Okay. Frequency of my outages is increasing again. I'm so sorry. Minecraft. I promise we will play a game tonight. Options, resource packs. And then just put all of these. And that. Okay, so now we can see that this is triggered right now on this tick. So if we do tick step 1, And this observer is already depowered. And this observer, like, is nowhere near it. And this doesn't need to be quasi-powered. Alyssa, that's impossible. If you don't even know. So Alyssa has an ISP called BreezeLine, and I like to say that it's called BreezeLine because if there's so much as a breeze, the lines go down. Excellent, Dave. Yes, it does blow. Excellent. Nice pun. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, let's see if it continues to do the thing. Pick step 2. Yeah, that's not going to activate again. I'm so confused by this. Okay, so here's the thing. If I just get rid of this, does it break anything? Pick unfreeze. Let's do this. Because I'm just not convinced this does anything. Oh, I see what it does. Okay, okay, okay. So the flying machines actually, they actually pause here. And these get lifted up, and then these fire to tell the flying machines to go on. It's my unhinged losing its sarcasm. Oh, did you love monopolies? Oh, I know. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. All we're going to do is we're going to take... Why is this suddenly connected? It shouldn't be connected. I get a connected glass in there somewhere? Or a borderless glass or something? Let's see. Options, resource packs. Done. Options, resource packs. I'm gonna eat all of these, I guess, and see if that brings back my glass. Okay, so which one is broken? Is it not the UI, is it? Welcome to Ox Messes with Resource Packs all night. Not the aesthetic, it's not... Is it the redstone? Why is the redstone? I messed something up. Okay, well, we live with it. Um, I'm just gonna eat all of these, and I'll figure this out later. Okay, so let's turn off the farm. God, I'm pretty sure that the farm that I built for their bamboo was literally half this size. I don't remember why though, because this isn't too bad. Why are you stuck? Did I break something? I'm gonna break. Oh, I did break something. Let's see, I need it to be you. Oh, I broke something. Yeah, okay, I broke something. Let's get out of there for a second. Minecraft saves. Eat. Start over. Single player. Gold. Wax. I love how it brings up all the waxed copper for that. Okay, let's do this. And this. One up. And one down. Okay, now replace air under rooted dirt. I love these filters that the world that it has available. With white stained glass. Place rooted dirt with sand. Replace bamboo. Bamboo with air. Replace air on top of glass. This is white stained glass with white stained glass. And then what we're going to do is we're going to replace white stained glass on top of air. With air. That's not what I wanted. Undo. There goes my sands. That didn't even work. Indeed. Although this particular world at a power user, apparently good at losing sands. Oops. There we go. Okay. What even is this? Is this my stained glass? Yes. Okay. And let's see if we can replace white stained glass with air. Okay. Do that. Should that be there is the question. Did I put that there by accident? I think that should be there. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to put a cactus. And we do this. And do that. And then expand. We're facing north. And then stack. Let's see, the square root of 9600 would be something like 100-ish. So let's do 48. Should be about right. And then let's do two copy. So let's do copy, paste. And now we have our cactus layout. We can do this. And this. And stack 48 to the east. I hope we didn't clobber anything. Excellent. Stack 49 to the east. And there's our cactus. So this is the farm, folks. Now we see if it works. Well, this is what I have a cactus farm for, apparently. Honestly, this is far, far bigger than anything we would ever need, but I kind of like that. Let's check the wiki real quick, because I want to see if this needs light. Because honestly, if a mob spawns in there, God help them. I don't care. They're gonna die. But cactus. Minecraft wiki. Cactus. Usage. Farming. Let's see. Light. Cactus does not need light to grow and is non-flammable. So these have an ages. I don't understand this age thing. Because that's not, I still don't understand. Let me show you the screen here. I still don't understand how it's tracking whether or not it's going to flower. I'm also a bit surprised that none of these have grown. Let's see. Game rule. Do random tick speed 3. Mm. Do I guess? I'm wondering if it's disabled some random tick speed. Okay, hang on. They're on strike. Random tick. See, I'm just really surprised that none of these cacti have grown. Good luck, Alyssa. I'm crossing my fingers for you. I've got all this cactus and none of it is grown. If I set the random tick speed to 3,000. Okay, now it grows. Random tick speed to 3. Okay, so let's fire the flying machines and see what happens. Ready for nothing? Actually, let me game pool random tick speed 0. Expand 1 up. Replace cactus, cactus, flower with. Okay. It's pretty from above. I agree. Okay. Field of Dreams, except cactus. I think that's a movie. I've not seen it. Um, I've read the bees such that they've stopped blowing me up. My genius knows no bounds. Vex, I think it's more genius that the bees are blowing you up than the fact that they aren't. Like, if the bees are blowing you up, then you've done something interesting. Okay, we need to grab White Matica and we need to grab um, Carpet One. These client mods. White Matica, is it updated? Why did they put. Is this some kind of. Why did Limatica release a 1.12 version? Limatica literally just released a. I sadly cannot breathe the beast such that they only blow Eve up. They either blow everyone up or nobody up. I've gracefully decided to spare my teammates from getting blown up. I. Vex, you're an example to us all. So there's no Limatica yet. I bet there's Carpet Mod though. Waves. Carpet. Okay, restarting Minecraft 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I leave for 1 minute, and Vex is sacrificing my viewers. Why do I let him hang out here? I don't know. Vex definitely, like, that's definitely about, like, Vex is the person who wrote that line. Disney stole it from him. Or not Disney, but whoever made Shrek. Okay. Um, let's see. So restarting Minecraft real quick. Oops. Lunch. None of my viewers will be sacrificed and merely blown up by bee eugenics. I'm just not gonna say anything. Okay. Hi, Joe. Welcome to this stream that is happening. So, Joe, here's what we're doing. We're taking Ilmango's cool bamboo farm, and we're converting it into a cactus flower farm. Let's see. What we're actually going to do here is we're going to do this, edit, make a backup. And that way we can come back to this state. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, cool, the ball's already there. Sweet. This is designed for carpet mud. And now we just want to see if this reliably gets the flowers or not. Oops, that's not what I wanted. It seems to be. Oh, the pens, Alyssa, the ones you got from the garage sale? Excellent. Okay, so we are seeing some flowers. So the other thing we need to do for this is adjust the... right now we have the random tick rate sped up so that we get more flowers. But now that we have our proof of concept... So much. Yes, Oni, you have. Welcome in. Good to see you. I did not use witchcraft to bring you here, I promise. Just in time for us all yelling technology. You could hook this up to make an XP bank. Honestly, I'm not a witch, I'm your wife. Okay. I suppose that's true. But I'd rather have a silly cactus farm. When's the anniversary? Um, Good question. I think whichever day it was that you raided me, we'll call that our anniversary. Also, this is in fact a flower farm, so I'm going with the I can buy myself flowers thing. Okay, so when this comes back, there's a timing circuit that gets activated. And it's a hopper clock. So when one stack of hoppers fully moves over, then it launches the flying machines again. So hopper clocks have a let's see. A hopper transfers 2.5 items per second. This is 320 items. So 320 divided by 2.5 is 128. Which I did not do in my head. I did it by realizing there's 5 stacks here. So 128 seconds, which is just over 2 minutes. So the longest hopper timer we can make is just over 2 minutes. That's not long enough. The wiki says and I'm gonna show y'all here and do cactus flower. And honestly, I'm just gonna believe the wiki here. I'm not gonna do the math. The optimal harvest interval for an automatic cactus flower farm is 34 minutes and 6 seconds. So this thing is the longest our hopper clock can be is 2 minutes long. Oh my god. That's so we would need some adjustments. Let's see, how can we make a longer clock? We may need to look up some designs. Let's see, so if we do okay, so when this is activated, the redstone block moves over. And I think if we oh, it went away. Okay. Spontaneous disassembly of the Comcast HQ. This ISP has been Alice's arch nemesis for the entire time I've known her. It's very sad. Okay. So when this empties out... Oh, you bought a new mouse, Joe? Do tell. Okay, and was the when this fills back up. So we could make it take 5 minutes. Honestly, I'm not sure that's a downside. Welcome in, Griffin. Joe, what kind of mouse did you get? Okay, so if we were to fill this up with items, it would take 5 minutes for this timer to do its timer thingy. Corsair Scimitar, okay. I just have an old Logitech G502. I don't think it has AI on it because it's got to be at least, it's probably 10 years old. Like, so at a 5-minute harvest interval, I don't know that it's a problem because like we don't really get any downsideness. And yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It has one of those 12 button pads on the left side of it like my Logitech mouse did, but this one actually can have its position adjusted, which is kind of neat. Oh, actually, I wonder. I wonder if we don't get better rates. Because here's the thing. The cactus only has a 10% chance to grow a flower if it's 1 or 2 blocks tall. But if it's 3 blocks tall, then it has a 25% chance to grow a flower. However, so my thought was, okay, let's have the flying machine go here instead of here. Because if it goes across on this level, then we've got a better chance that like more of them are gonna get to 3 blocks tall. But the problem with that is that too many of the cacti are gonna be 1 block tall. I think that'll hurt the rates ultimately. Looks like when you were harvesting that you were getting the flowers. Yes. So Griffin, this is oh god, there's One Piece conversation happening in my chat. Um, this is ilmango's bamboo farm. It's one of the last things he designed. He uses the new mechanic where the hopper minecart drops itself when it's broken instead of dropping a minecart in a hopper. So what we're doing now is we're converting it to a machine that can harvest cactus flowers. All I'm learning from this is that flying machine can be used for anything. I mean, you're not wrong, Alyssa. Flying machines are usually the answer when it comes to making the most efficient crop farms. Oh, that's such a gross sound. Okay. Because if we have the thing going above this level, then this cactus, once it has a flower on it, will never grow again. Cacti woos. Okay, so this should be good to go. If you drove a minecart into a cactus, it wouldn't sound like that at all. So why does cactus making have such a foofy sound? I don't know. It sounded almost a little squelchy to me. Griffin, it's literally unplayable. I don't know why I've spent so much time on it, to be honest with you. Okay. Oh, why did it do that? Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Why are you broken? Why are you doing this? Please, please, please work. Why is it doing this? No, why are you... Thanks, Alyssa. They have, Eve. It's true. They have. Okay, Joe. It is an Ethan Hopper clock. So here's the question then. Why wouldn't an Ethan Hopper clock want to be full? I guess we could use a dropper clock. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna restore the backup. In seconds. Let's see. It's hot enough my thighs are sticking to the chair. This is why you have a... This is why you don't do a leather chair. It used to be fine that I def maxed them out before. Okay. Alyssa, I'm grateful. That's all I can say. I don't know what an SCP is. It's time for shorts with legs thick skin sticks to things. Griffin, try wearing girl shorts. It's so much worse. Okay. Okay, let's do a clock. We want a clock that goes every... We want a clock that goes off after 30 minutes. Let's see. Because we're going to need the redstone pack for this one. Stairs packs. Done. I don't know why I got borderless glass in there, but I did. See. It's been a long second since I've thought about these. The principle is that they are sort of like an etho hopper clock, except that you pulse them. Okay. Um, so when this empties out, this would turn off and we'd be good to go. I like this because you can control the length of the pulse. Actually, what we want here is a hopper so that this will fill back up. And then I'm going to do this, and it's exactly what you're doing, Coney. So let's do a torch. And then aren't we all leave? Um, okay. So here's what we want to have happen. And this is going to be our outputs. And this torches somehow. So when the torch goes on, that's our pulse. Then what we need to do is we need to have a way to start the clock. So essentially what we want to have happen we're going to put a redstone block here. Because that'll mean that once the items get pushed into the hopper won't be able to push them back. And then, well, actually, we don't need to do that. We can do this, and then a repeater. Which I don't know if this is gonna. Oh, so that won't quite work. Because when this turns on, we want to unlock the hopper. So let's do this. That won't work. Not for the moment. a piston. And a redstone block. So the copper's locked right now. When this turns on, so when that pulses, let's do the regular piston. Then the piston will push the redstone block away. See it, Griffin. Have good luck. Okay. So the piston will push the redstone block away. And we'll compact this in a bit. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that let's see, I think the comparator takes in an input from a redstone block on the side, which would be a problem. Right, it does. Okay. So we can't have the redstone block here. What we can potentially do is put it on top, piston here, oh, we can't do that because now it quasi-powers the dropper. I'm just designing a new clock because I need one that's much longer. So somehow we need to disable this hopper. And I guess what we can do, because comparators can read through full blocks, so we can just do that. And now we have that, 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 and that. Okay. So now I'm going to take out most of this. I have just 4 blocks for demonstration purposes. Here's our input. And we're going to pulse this. So when I flip this lever, this is going to fire one item into the hopper. It won't be able to escape the hopper because the hopper is currently locked by this redstone block. So then every time we pulse it, we get one more block in the hopper until the dropper is empty. And when the dropper is empty, so as soon as this has one block in it, then this piston will retract. If we do this, okay, so now the hopper has 1, it's still locked, and the dropper has 3. So if we do this 3 more times, then the dropper will be empty. This will turn on, and the block will get pushed this way. No, Joe, this is one that that ilmango put together, so it's got to be right. It's right as the three more times. Okay, perfect. So what happens is, and I'll show you with a tick freeze here. 2, 3, tick freeze. Okay, so we have 1 here and 3 here. Okay, so I power the dropper. Now the dropper is triggered. If I do tick step 4, the dropper fires. After 2 ticks, this thing responds. That's now off. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. So we still got 4 here, none here. After 2 more ticks, this activates. And then the repeater. And then this piston pushes the redstone block out of the way. So now the hopper is enabled. And it pushes a block into here. So then the hopper will proceed to do so every 8 ticks. So tick step 8. So the redstone block stays here until the hopper is empty. So another step. Now we've got 1 left. Now another 8, and then this turns off. And as soon as this turns off, I'll do another tick step 2. This turns on. And pushes this block back in front of the hopper. And now the clock is reset. So now what we have is a counter that can count up to 5 stacks of items. We need this timer to be about 30 minutes long. Specifically, 34 minutes and 6 seconds. By the way, any questions, put them in the chat. But the difference between this and the ether hopper clock, you can see they work kind of similarly, but the difference is that this thing, the ether hopper clock moves automatically. This one only counts when this receives a pulse. Go ahead, caller, you're on the air, Joe. Sounds good, Oni. Part of the bad guys from Star Wars speak in British accents when they're from outer space where there's no Britain. Where do you think the British accent came from? The British are the descendants of the bad guys in Star Wars. That's why they're the bad guys. Okay. Now the question is, can we get rid of this? And the answer is maybe. Don't really care for the moment, though. See, exactly. Alyssa gets it. Great Britain's crimes eclipse the time-space continuum. It seems unlikely that their dialects would not have changed in that time. I mean, the movie is, of course, translated, but the accent persists. Okay, so now all we need to do is clock this repeatedly. Eve gets it. So let's see, we can put up to 5 stacks of items in here. If we were to use, say, 1 stack, how often would we need to push? So 30 minutes is 1800 seconds. So if we had 60 items, that's roughly 1 item every 30 seconds. So storage of the sticker is amazing. So we could have more stacks, right? So now it's 1 item that we need to push every 15 seconds. 7.5. No, that's not right. This makes it 7.5. Let me get the calculator out. Calculator, okay. Let's see. The number of seconds we need to measure, we're going to call it 34 minutes times 60, 6. So 2046 seconds. So we're going to divide this by 64. If we have 1 stack of items, we need to push an item every 31.9 seconds. So it's about spot on there. If we have 5 stacks of items, we need to push every 6.4 seconds. So 6.4 seconds. If we're in the realm of 30 seconds, then we need to use an ether hopper clock. But if we're in the realm of 6 seconds, that's something where we could use a repeater clock or a comparator clock. So the question is, which one do we want to use? And I think which one do I want to use? So a 6-second repeater clock would require let's see, the most a repeater could be is 0.4 seconds. So we need about 15 repeaters for a 6-second, 16 repeaters for a 6.4 second clock. That's a lot of repeaters. So we're going to go with the ether hopper clock at a timing of about 30 seconds. Okay. How does this work again? And this is gonna have, let's see, to make this go 6 seconds, we would need, times 2.5 is 150 items. 6.4 seconds is gonna be times 1.5, 12.8, and then 13.2, 16.2 items, 18.2. So 100 and, oh, so we only need about 8 items in here. Mom said it's my turn to play with redstone block. You're not wrong. Okay. Oops. Okay, so the problem with this design is that it needs to be, we need a way to start this and stop it. Let's eat everything. Okay, so this works, but we need a way to pulse it. Honestly, we could do a comparator clock. Let's see. Let me refresh my memory on how those things work. Here's also 15 seconds. It is clock comparatoring time. I hope it's when one comparator asks the other comparator what time it is. Maybe so. Okay, I think we need to go with the hopper clock, actually. I'm stroking my hot spring capybara and penguin costume cat and is sparking so much joy. I'm so glad, Alyssa. Oh man, I have been back and forth today. Um, okay, let's do it. I wonder if we can do Okay, we're gonna try to get this. Actually, okay. That wouldn't quite work. But what we could do is build this right here. So put this here. I know who I'm calling next time I'm designing a minigame. I'm not that good. Screw you. Okay, so we're gonna do this. And that, and then that. And let me just double check that this doesn't happen. So if I do this, then this, cool, it does not power that. Perfect. So this only powers that. And then we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. And then we have to deal with how to make the damn thing work. But I wish I had tweaker right now. Because, okay, we need a hopper. I mean, we could always do. The problem is if we put a torch here, it's going to affect that. So, I mean, I guess we could just do the same trick, right? We can just do this. This does still have to be here, though. And that doesn't work. Okay. Oh, because we don't actually have it compared here. Okay. I forgot to put my slowly collected silica packets into my drawer bottom. Why do you need your silica packets in your drawer bottom? Okay. Oh, this is so simple in concept and so complicated in I mean, fair enough. But yeah, we gotta. This is so simple in concept and so complicated in execution. So if I do this, then. Oh, is it not? Is it not? Maybe it's not. Maybe this is just gonna work. Because if I do this, excellent, Alyssa. Oh wait, okay. So is it? So it's. I actually want this the other way around because it's whenever. this actually has something in it. Okay, folks, we're going into the third dimension here. I don't know if I can actually do this. Um, okay. So now what happens is we do that and that. Oh, that's not what I want at all. What we actually want is that, that. And then well, now we have a slight problem because we need a redstone dust here. But if we put a redstone dust here, it's going to power this block. Um, okay, let's move this over by 1 then, and we'll figure this out a little bit later. And 2. Oops. And then a piston. I'll keep forgetting I can't do that. The girl needs tweakaroo. Okay. Stone dust. Yes. Pull the lever. Use a lever to redirect the dust. Oh, that's not a bad idea. That's really not a bad idea. Okay. Actually, I think for the moment, I'm going to use another dust to redirect the dust. Okay, because if I do this... I'm just going to check here. Perfect, okay. Because here's what I'm thinking. I'm not surprised you had a good idea, Vex. I'm just disappointed in myself. Okay, so this is going to go here. And then we're going to do... Oops. That and... that. And then this. Now, why is that going? Oh, because this block is powered. So that's not going to work. I don't have a good use of my voice. Sorry. Okay, so just for now, when we're figuring this out, I'm going to move this over. All I'm going to do in the stream tonight is move an evil hopper clock back and forth. One block, that's it. Which I suppose is appropriate because that's what the evil hopper clock does. The honey necklace? Wait, did you send me a picture of the honey necklace? Or am I just forgetting it? Okay. So here's our hopper clock. We will do this. And then... Wait, this is wrong. Mild honey. Yes, Vex, I'm working on it. I'm just figuring this out, though. So the problem is these are both going to push. Which is actually kind of okay. Except it's not, because this thing has to get updated. I thought I knew how these work, but this is a problem. Maybe if I use a sticky piston. I'm gonna take up and cheat it out. There we go, that's better. Okay. So now this works as long as I... Okay. Okay, so to start the clock, we turn this off. Melissa has DM'd. Oh, that is cute. I like it. It's also very you, come to think of it. But why do I have a friend request? Oh, it's Oni Shizen. Okay. So to start the clock, we depower this. Can I ask your opinions on a Minecraft aesthetic choice? Of course you can. So, let's see. Okay, because we definitely wanted to park here. So we want to accept a pulse, which will start the clock. And then we need this ether hopper clock to be enabled until okay, so what we need is another. And honestly, for this we could just use a copper bulb. Okay, here's the thing, Vex. I'm actually not going to make fun of you here. It seems to me that you have a decent aesthetic taste. It just hasn't translated into the ability to build, which is just something that takes practice. But I think you do have a sense of what looks good and what doesn't. Also, that came out really insulting. That's not what it meant. I'm saying I used to be much the same way. And in some ways I still am. But like you just have to learn to like pay attention to what makes you think that something looks good and what doesn't. And then you start to understand how to do it. And I'm still very much in that process. I mean, fair enough, Vex. Okay, let's try to... Okay, so to start the clock, we're gonna depower this. And then we want to power it again as long as this is on. That's easy. Conceptually. It's a little bit harder in practice because of the position of this comparator. But if I were to do something like this, let's see, what are my options? That does not really help me, does it? I mean, it sort of does. I can be really cursed and just do that. That ain't what I wanted. Okay. So now, if we just boop this, then... Oh, let's see, we want a regular piston here. If we just boop that, that will enable this clock, which we need to set to about 30 seconds. Which is, let's see, 30. Well, 1 times 1.25, so about 40 blocks. 32. There's 8 more. So there's now 40 blocks in the system. This is like about 30 seconds a cycle. And then all we have to do is hook it up to this. And as soon as this completes, it disables the ethyl hopper content until interesting. That's not exactly what we wanted. Okay, so let's reset this. So this is not exactly what we wanted. Because this is the off state. So this is the state in which it should be ready to accept a pulse to start the clock. Yeah, but that makes things even easier. Okay, so this is the state in which we need to be ready to accept a pulse. This hopper is empty, this is full, and this is primed. So it's truly when this block is powered it's truly when this block is powered that we need to ensure that this clock stays running. Actually, when this block becomes powered, actually, this is a problem because this will actually disable the hopper. Um, because this is now. No, it shouldn't. This should be fine. Um, What about a pulse from the other side? We do that. And that. Now it idles in this state. And so we do this and that. And then as soon as this torch turns on, we stop the etho hopper clock. Now we need to control it from the other side because it's the hopper that we're interested in. We only want to be able to start the hopper because it's two different types of the plant chat. That's cool. Okay. So the hopper clock needs to run whenever there are any items in this hopper. So we're going to make sure that when this hopper has items in it, that this is going to be pushed away. So that the hopper clock runs. No, that's not actually true. Because that'll be a problem if the hopper clock is running while no, that's not a problem. Because this locks this effectively locks the dropper. No, it doesn't. I'm gonna do it because it pushes this way. Although I suppose it doesn't have to. Because we could make it so that, and I think I can maybe simplify this design. So if we have as long as there's items in here, then we want to make sure that the block is on top of the. Oh, that'll quasi power. Okay. So we want to go here. Let's see, we can't do that, but we can do. Yeah, this works. Okay. Can we do without the torches? I'm I'm very disorganized tonight, but that's okay. Give me a hopper. Okay. So if I make an output, then I need to make it so that if this has any items in it, then the okay. Okay, so as long as this has items, we just want to do that. And then when it finishes, then we want to push back. For that, we want to use this. Okay. Okay. Moving on. This has something in it, which means this should push. Why is it not pushing? Because it didn't update. Does this work? Okay. Two, three, four. No. Because when this has items in it, we need this to be pushing. One, two, three, four. Okay, that's easy enough. And then we have an output here. This is actually easier. This is a simpler device. So then this will be our output. It'll pulse every. So then, yeah, resets itself and locks the hopper, which is what we want. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4 pulses. And then we get a pulse out. Excellent. So this is smaller. I like it. I don't understand what's going on here. Okay, so now I need the eco hopper clock. Fun fact on the Minecraft wiki, the etho hopper clock is referred to as the Ethonian hopper clock, which is very silly. Okay. And this should kick back and forth. Okay. So now let's reason about how this is significantly more compact. I like it. So now we need to reason about how the let's see, let's go ahead and clear out some space here. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Um, okay. So that locks the hopper clock. Now, when do we want the hopper clock to be unlocked? So we want to unlock it as long as the input signal is on to activate the clock, or while the clock is running. If neither of those are the case, well, then we would like to lock the hopper clock. So what we need then is for an input to unlock the clock. And then for an output, but so we don't want the dropper firing while it's reloading from the hopper. So to avoid that from happening, what we need to do is to avoid this. It's really this that we need to be thinking about. But this fires as soon as the dropper is empty, before the reload begins. So if I fire if this thing firing, if there is specifically in carpet mode, there's a rule to disable that. Or maybe it's in Twigger or something. Ask Vex. Vex would know. Okay. So if we do this, then an input here, the back of your sticky pistons really looks slimy. How's that? Back? Just looks like stone. I'm a little confused. We're gonna use glass here. Yeah. Back the extra sticky bit, okay. And that is due to the texture pack, which aims to make it visible that they're sticky from any angle, which is nice. Okay, so now with this configuration, what's our timing here? It's 20. Okay. I'm gonna cut that down to 8. Okay, 1 second, BRB. And we're back to designing this clock monstrosity. Um, okay, so it's a little bit ugly, but a pulse on this piston should start the clock. And then the output should... Okay, so in theory, this should work. Button, 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 button. It's very chewy. If this actually works, I'm going to be very pleased. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay. So now we have a clock that if we fill it correctly, if this goes up to a full stack, and then, so that's 60 items. 64 items, we need to send one every, what did we say? Every 32 seconds. 32 times 1.25 is 40, so we need 40 items in our Etho hopper clock. Thanks, Eve. It's the reason I let you be a mod. Okay. So now that we have 64 in here and 40 in here, and the reason I multiplied by 1.25, by the way, is that the period is twice the amount of time. So 40 items would take about 16 seconds to transfer to the other hopper, but they have to transfer both directions. So instead of times 2.5, it's times 1.25. And that's a clock. So then let's look at how the clock is integrated, because that's a whole nother thing. And here, for anyone who doubted me, is a cactus farm. Okay. So if I turn this on, this pulls back. So the problem is the sides of this clock are doing double duty. Is there a reason some of them are sticky and some aren't? For which ones? For these? So these are sticky because I need them to push the block back once they're powered. Like if this one's powered, I need it to push the block as soon as this one is depowered. So actually I need this one to actually pull the block back. And this one is non-sticky because when I activate this, I want the block to stay over here until the clock is done. Eve, I'm so glad that you understand the Japanese. Okay, so when I think it's back here, it's gonna trigger this observer. Which will trigger this dropper, which will push the item over here. And then what happened? So then this turns on, which activates this line. And this is going to get activated again. Activates this line. Okay, because so conceptually, what needs to happen here? Because we are going to have to, I think, redesign this a little bit around the longer clock. Oh, why, Arnie? I mean, other than they're kind of a pain in the ass. Okay. We have a problem. In fact, I think I'm going to park it on the other side. I still can. Healthy fear. Always make sure you have a way to stop your flying machine. That is true. That is true. You do need a way to stop it. Okay. So... what does this do? Does that even do anything? Yes, it does. It powers this, which starts the etho hopper clock. I feel like TNT is a healthy stopping method. If you can hit the flying machine with it. I mean, realistically, you could just place the TNT mine cards in the path of your flying machine, and then that'd stop it. So I think ultimately most of this circuit needs to be redesigned. Because the timings are all pretty exact. The flying machine comes in, and that kicks off a series of events. I'm not meaning to, Alyssa. It added a whole bunch of stuff to my redstone texture pack that I didn't select, and I'm not sure why. But I also don't want to mess with texture packs anymore tonight, so... I think I must have clicked something that I didn't mean to, because it added, like, all the aesthetic stuff. That's also why my class is borderless. And why I apparently have 3D. We'll like it. Maybe? Apparently, I think I just added everything, I guess. Like, this might be all of the vanilla tweaks. Okay. So when the thing comes in, this gets activated. So this chunk can probably stay. But this here, this is an intentional timing. So where is this getting powered then? Getting powered from here. God. That block escaped from a Sierra mystery branding test. Oh no. God, the 8th o'clock is really deeply integrated. And what does this do? Okay, so this line dispenses the mine carts at the perfect time to be launched onto the flying machine as it goes. So that timing has to be perfect. Because the blades come down and then the flying machines go, and then... Good night, Oni. Thanks for dropping by. I think it would be a lot more because this flying machine design and the launching design is still going to be ilmango's. I'm just trying to desperately trying to redo the timing here. Thanks, Oni. So I mean, the problem is here I don't know where to start. There's so many timings. But essentially, three things need to happen in order to launch the machine. First of all, the upper flying machines have to get launched so that they push the blades down. Then, Eve, I don't know, I'm going through them all here. So, the flying machines have to get launched first. Then, once they're clear, the horizontal flying machines get launched. And at roughly the same time, the minecarts get dispensed. So there's really two timings here. And the trouble is the timing is different on the return. But this right here, a pulse in this redstone is currently what triggers the launch of the minecarts, and also, after a very long delay, this system to reset. So this is the last thing that happens in the cycle. What is it that triggers the flying machines to launch? Take a look at the other side. So these flying machines are triggered by these observers here. Okay. So that timing is actually driven off this one. So this turns it on. And if I were to go over here, if I were to turn this on, then this would get pulled back. And that's just a regular piston, it's not a sticky piston. So this would get pulled back, which would trigger this note block, trigger this note block, which would push the whole thing this way. Causing this observer to fire again. Only now it triggers this dropper. Which it does anyway. Quick freeze. Quick step. Thanks, Eve. I'm sorry you're tired, but I'm glad that your adventures were resolved. Okay. So the no block is activated. Step 2. The hell is... Oh, okay, so it's just updating this piston, which is powered by the torch. Okay, now if we take step 2, now this fires. And this fires. Which begins the launch cycle. So what really needs to happen is that I am really glad, Eve, that you were able to help. I'm also glad you got the stuff you needed today. Okay. Okay, so this one, this Vigo hoverclock actually doesn't do anything. So we're actually only using one output. That makes it so much simpler. Thanks, Alyssa. You're the best. Okay. The one exception that I wasn't able to sleep well and woke up after 6 when I didn't need to. I'm sorry. Okay. So really, since we're only interested in the one output from the clock, If we go to the other side. Yeah, I have no idea, Alyssa. Okay, so the clock. What's controlling it? When this thing is... Interesting. So if this is powered, it is, then why isn't this pushing? Probably because it needs to be updated. How does it get updated? Well, if I'm right, it gets updated by... What in the world does this get updated by? This makes no sense. Like, I guess it could be updated by this comparator, but... Yeah, I got no idea, Alyssa. If you've read it backwards, Alyssa tricks the STEM girls into aesthetic. That's how it happened to me. Oh, right, so this thing gets pushed over, which triggers the clock. Okay, that's not what I want. Interesting. Get acorn making the piston noise. We'll see what we can do. Okay. So the clock needs to accept an input from this observer. Oh, this might actually work because the clock needs to accept an input from this observer to start. I do that. Then okay. So all the clock needs to do is accept an input from this observer to start. And then when it finishes, output here. Last year's just been Vex and Joe poking with sharp sticks through the stages of building a perimeter. It's very true. Joe and Vex are the backseaters. Like, that stream is the Joe and Vex backseating stream. Vex doesn't stream anymore because he doesn't need to. He just proxy streams. Oh, Joe, we're talking about how Acorn is just a proxy stream for you and Vex. Okay. So basically the output needs to be a little bit different because instead of having a pulse output, we need a steady output. So we need to power this block while the clock is running and unpower it while the clock is not running. Sorted storage, yeah. That was also, I think, some of the first redstone that I did, at least on Joe's server. Because, like, I remember when I made my skeleton farm, the auto sorter for that was baby's first auto sorter. Hmm. Okay, so what I think we need is this output, actually. Ha, the piston doors were your gateway? Were they really? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's the greatest divide amongst everyone who tends acorns stream, the people who want aesthetics to hide the redstone, and the people who think the redstone is the beautiful part. Welcome back, Griffin. Okay, so what I actually need here is the output from this side. And that could be easier to do if the inputs because I need to have an output, not a pulse output when the clock is done, but I need an output while the clock is running. And that is defined by while there are items in the hopper. The clock is running. So if I just shift this over, no. So this is the clock inputs. This is currently the clock outputs. But what we actually want is for this thing divided. Honestly, I think I should just fill the niche of the most techie, untechie person. I think everyone fills that niche in a certain social group that they find themselves in. Honestly, it's a fine niche. Being able to do what you need to do is really a point of being able to learn it. We don't all have to make 1 FPS Mario running in Minecraft. Time to run Doom and I'm sure it's been done, Eve. I'm sure it's been done. Like Eve? Eve is, I mean, on Joe's server, she's not particularly techie, but on every other server she joins, Eve is the tech person because she's been so influenced by me and Vex that she can't stand to use bad farms. And so she ends up being the tech person. Okay, so if I tear out this clock then. Okay. The clock is gone. I need to accept an input here. And then while the clock is running, I need to power this block. I think I had a TI-84 that could probably run Doom. Nice. I never had a TI-84. I had a TI-83. Other aesthetics-based technical stuff. Get Acorn into piecing together multiple texture packs. Oh god. Okay, Alyssa, but You saw the clip from Acorn, right? Where she got jump scared by the lack of leaf texture. Like she installed the texture pack that Joe was trying to make her use, and just everything was the black and purple. Ask Joe, I'm sure you can find that clip. So I wonder if I can get the input and the output that I want on the same side. Let's try to get the input and output on this side. So if the output's going to be on this side, then we need to switch gears into making sure that the three different streams of Joe being like, it's so easy, you just need to do this, and then 3 hours later we were still staring at leaves. And I'm very grateful, Alyssa. I am very grateful to you for making that texture pack. Okay, so what we need to do if we put this on this side is while this is full, while this has something in it, we need to make sure that the clock runs. Let's see. If we're going to do this the other way around, then we need to shift it over by one, I think. The more knowledge I gain, the further my powers of aesthetics expands. I mean, this is why Alyssa's becoming a developer. Your gateway to coding was Tumblr themes. Excellent. Okay. That can go there. Um, okay. So now, what we want is for the clock to run until, oh god, the Tumblr sexy man class. What am I missing? We got the problem. Because we really do need to go off. Okay, so we should be okay because this will block this from doing anything. Um, so really we just need to make sure that the block is over here. Okay, so we need a redstone torch. Let's go ahead and do that just for safety. And then we want to do, you can go away. I don't need you anymore. Okay, so when this is powered, we need the redstone block to be pushed away. So if we do this, this, then this. Actually, no, I'm still incorrect. I will get this someday. Um, so what actually needs to happen is we really can't go off this. We really have to do it the other way. I wish I had Lighmatica. I wish to God I had Lighmatica. Let's see, then we need it to stick on this side. So we're going to do this, do this, 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 and that. And that, and then put 40 in here. Okay, here's the inputs. Honestly, this is a suitable outfit, I think. After all that, I think this is actually a suitable outfit. So let's go ahead and copy pasta. I found out that they had a whole wiki for that while trying to figure out where this F-boy art of the rattiest Warhammer character originated from. I'm lost. I was not a Tumblr girly. But that's okay. Let's just dig this thing out. Because I didn't start it above ground like a good designer. There, okay. Now then. Now let's grab that. And one down. And then copy. Actually, let me copy. Copy. Rotate 90. And I'm standing right on top of where I want it to be, so paste. Oh god. Okay. Do that. Do that. Yeah. Well, I unlocked the recipe hooks. Alright. Oh boy. It's how do I play this? I can't even get in there. Oops. Okay, I think this is cube. Oops. There. I have like the world's slightest headache, and if I don't know if I should get up. Eve, it's fine. Okay. You go there. I'm just gonna do that. That's fine. Okay. Now this clock is running. Mostly because that's not in place. Time to have curry? What is curry in this case? Okay. Undo. And then I want to go over one. That is a one tick repeater. Paste. Okay. Okay. If I undo. Shit. Redo. So this was there, but I think we had a torch there, which causes problems for this clock. Oh boy. I think I messed this up. Or did I? Gotcha, Alyssa. Okay. So the problem we have is that, okay, why is world edit being bad at this? Okay. Before. I can't wait for your billionaire arc so you can buy Comcast and burn it down. Honestly, Alyssa's billionaire arc would be incredible. Okay. So here's what needs to happen. A billionaire arc would be so cursed I'd be trying to fix everything. There. Okay. So this did seem to get pushed over, which is not what we wanted. Because this needed to be active. So we could potentially have a... No, anything we put here is going to quasi-power the piston. Am I going to have to go around with this? I did this. And went there. I'd still be off by 1. And anything that I put here is going to quasi-power this piston. So I can't do that. Even though if I do that, that powers the piston. If I do this, yeah. So I just need to power this torch tower somehow. Interesting, Eve. But you could get pizza for like all of... God, you could get pizza for all of Los Angeles. I just think... Okay, even if I put a solid block here... Well, that doesn't actually matter. So if I... Maybe I can adjust this torch tower down 1. I might be about to hopelessly crash the... Okay. I could also just reposition the clock. I'm an idiot. Also, was there anything on here? Let me check. No, there was not. So technically this clock is even necessary. So if I undo... this hopelessly destroy the... Okay. Let's double check the other side real quick. It's a wild Twitch username. Honestly, Clinton Steele, yours is also kind of wild. Okay, so that is correct. All right, I'm going to be RV one more time. I'm sorry, somebody just got here. I will talk to you in just a second, I promise. But your girl needs to use the bathroom. Okay, we back. So yes, Clinton Steel. This is ilmango's fancy bamboo farm, which uses the mechanic where hopper mine carts drop themselves instead of hoppers and mine carts. Um, so this is one of the first builds to use cart eating. Um, and we are modifying it to do cactus. The part of doing cactus was easy. Um, the part of adjusting the timings to be every 30 minutes instead of every minute, much harder. Um, oh God. Okay, I think we're good. The flying machines are back where they belong. That's good. Okay. We do love a good redstone challenge here. Do this. I'm gonna stand on that block. If only Vex is here still to breed us cactus that grow at the rate of bamboo. Right. Okay. Paste. Paste. Mask. Hot air. There. That's done it. That's in. That's in. Okay, that's at 64. About to have 40. Okay. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Did he make a new bamboo flying machine then? No, this is the one. This is the one. Um, so the mine carts are dispensed here, and then they go out, and um the soul sand eats them up, and then here's the mud that breaks them. So yes, I think it's the one you're thinking of. Okay. Let me check the other side real quick. Okay, so this block needs to get powered. At the end of the clock. It's true. It's more like 20 minutes, but yes. Okay. Let's do this. And then our short run block. And do these cursed things here. um, where is Okay, this sounds so simple, but it's so annoying. Well, then you're in luck because this is a cursed object. Do I have to do this to get it to work? It's like, we can power this block. Maybe. Is it still not going to cooperate? Okay. Um, this is going to be the most cursed thing I've ever built. Just want to power this block. Can't reach it. So close. So close, and yet so far. It'd be so cool if there was like a way to not that original sorter for crafter for the copper farm. Um, the copper farm one was fine. The other one that I did in that stream, the one with the iron farm, that one was cursed. That one was so cursed. Vex gave me the death penalty, and I wasn't too mad at it. But okay. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do this. This should be doable. And if I have to go around Robin Hood's barn to get it done. I mean, what really needs to happen is that this block needs to be powered, which it currently is. This block needs to be depowered. I really like the part where you very clearly tortured Vex on purpose. Honestly, I know it looked like that. It was just... I was just making fun of myself. Okay. Oh, shit. Oops. Okay. So what truly needs to happen is for this thing and truly this is a little bit of an odd way to do it. Because this entire thing exists for one purpose, and that is to power the dropper and pulse these two observers. Which it does on retraction, which it does when the flying machine, but this clump of slime moves this way. I think there's a better way to do it. Because this is a little bit janky. Okay. So what needs to happen is that this thing, this dropper getting powered, is what kicks off the cycle. So what we want to do is just make sure yeah, this is easy. I mean, not that easy. But truly, the only thing that needs to happen here is that, because like we can just do this. This will probably kick off the machine, but that's okay. That'll confirm my theory. Well, let's see. We do have to be careful with this. Because if the dropper stays powered for too long and then depowers, we'll have a problem. But I do think we can do this from the underside, so... Okay. Observer. I'm observing again. All right. So what needs to happen is for this to get pulsed when one of two things is true. Either the farm is not running. Okay, so if the clock is running, the clock is still counting, then this needs to be disabled. If the clock is not counting, okay, so this would have a torch on it. And the torch would be powered. Where's my piston? Need that thing. So this thing is going to be driven by a torch. And let's just okay, so that's not a good place to put that, but we can do it. We can't put a torch here because that will can't put a torch in the spot under this piston because that will quasi-power this piston. This is such fun. This is fun, people. This is very fun. Um, okay, what we can do is put a block here and then put an observer this way. Okay. And then when this thing gets lifted up, which this will be powered through here, so we don't quasi-power anything. And then ah, oh man. Was to reassuring to see how this is redstone, how redstone sometimes goes. Routing a problem can be a struggle. Yes. Okay. I'm so close to figuring this out. That actually doesn't change anything. Okay. Because what we can't do is interfere with this piston. So whoever made frog lights directional, I don't know, I think it's kind of cool. So what we actually need is the output from the other side of the clock. Either that or an output from right here. Because whenever this thing is over here, whenever it's pushed over to this side, that means the clock is running. And when the clock is running, we want this to be disabled. So we can take output from the redstone block and use that and we can put a, where do we want the switch? Because if we observe this from above, okay. Yeah, this could be interesting. What's doing that? And then when the piston is extended, it doesn't go, but the piston retracting is what triggers it. And then all we have to do is hook up two inputs to this. One is this. which if I flip this, it should launch the farm. The other is this. Which is kind of a ways away. But I'll just try it. Oh, this actually needs to go this way. Oops. So if this output is on, then the clock is running. Okay, that's a little heinous, but I think this should work. Okay. Single player. Take this, edit, make a backup. Okay, that sort of worked, except the clock didn't start. Why didn't the clock start? Because this thing evidently never got powered. Unless this needed to be no block. I think that needed to be no block. Maybe it did. Oh, wait a second. Of course that wouldn't get powered. Yet. Let's watch what happens when the thing comes back across. Which it should have done, because the hopper clock is not hopper clocking. Oh. Cross fingers. When this comes back, the clock should start. Oh my god, it just works. This actually works. Oh my god, this actually works. Sort of. We are winning. Yeah. Thanks, Alyssa. We are winning. Just so you know, I'm brilliant. This thing will complete in about 30 minutes. And, let's see. Yes, the switch is now marginally easier to read. Okay, let's take most of this out. Just to test. But as soon as it runs out, it kicks off the farm again. Cross fingers. Oops. Okay, so the only trouble is this line does not kick back on again for a hot second. That should be a simple fix because um, it's fine. It's okay because if you look at the way this clock works, wait a second, this line is turned off. So if I flip the switch, it should fire the machine again, which is not what we want. Um, because if we do that, so what about taking an output from here? That might make more sense. So we can eat this. Because we really need this line to be this thing activates on the falling edge. So yes, but can you build an auto shearer? I can, yes, Stacy Cutter. I can build an auto shearer. In fact, I have. And do you know why I built an auto shearer? I have built an auto shearer once in my life. Do you know why? I'll tell you. The reason I built an auto shearer was to get the massive amounts of wool that I needed for the hoe proud map. And frankly, that is the best reason to build an auto shearer. Welcome in, Daisy. Good to see you. Okay. So this is it's ticking away. Daisy, I've been streaming since November. Okay. So if I do this, blame Joseph? Why are we blaming Joseph? I mean, you're not wrong, but why are we blaming Joseph? Joseph, you're being blamed for Daisy not knowing that I am. Okay, so that's the signal we want right there. Okay, that's something I can work with. Let's go this way. What? Oh, I don't care about that. Okay. Okay, so if I turn that off, then what happens? I have to wait for the machines to come back. Oh, they're here. That's a problem. Okay, so the timer is currently not counting, despite the fact that it's not done. Have fun and one for it, Daisy. Okay. We got a problem. Why has the clock stopped? It should not stop until it's completed. But it has stopped. What if we start it again? Okay. Is this going? Why does this keep kicking over? It's... Oh, because I broke a block that I needed. That's why. That's why it stopped. That. Okay, so this is powered right now, just as it should be. And it doesn't make any difference whether I turn this on or off. Are you building this because it hasn't been done yet, or because you need a lot of cactus farms, cactus flowers or something? I'm unaware of a farm for cactus flowers at this scale. Also, I on the server that I play, I own an art shop, and so I sell a lot of flowers and stuff. And I want to add cactus flowers to my I want to add cactus flowers to my inventory. Okay, so our clock is reset. The farm is enabled. So when this comes back, the clock should run. I'm running around a lot fewer items than I normally would because I need this to go in a couple of minutes instead of in 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. I'm glad you agree, Clint. Okay. Okay, that worked. Okay, so it disables itself again, and okay, I think that's the farm. Because there's the locking switch. Okay. Now all I have to do is do this thing on the other side, and we're in business. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the disable switch. doing? Give me a bird sign, why not? Okay, so we might have a problem. Because when this thing comes back, the clock is going to trigger. And then when the clock gets to its resting state, it will briefly go over here, but then it's going to come back here. So we're not quite there. Let's wait and see what happens so that I'm not dumb, but as soon as that timer runs out, this thing will move back. So we're a little bit, this is a little bit of a problem because we need the switch to be safe to operate at all times, whether the things are away or back. And we can't, so if the things are away, then we need this to be disabled. If the flying machines are away, then we need this to be disabled. We were so close. But right now we need this to be connected to an output that's off. I mean, the real problem is that we have 3 pieces of information to consider. If the flying machines are away, then this needs to be disabled. Yeah, I'm thinking that way, Alyssa. If the flying machines are away, this needs to be disabled. If the clock is running, this needs to be disabled. And if the switch is down, this needs to be disabled. As soon as all 3 of those conditions become false, this should trigger. . 'Cause 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 ' So the question is, okay, so we need an output from, see this right here. This is the indicator that tells us whether the flying machines are away. So if it's on, then yes, it was. Oh, that's true. So if this is on, then the flying machines are here. But there's no great way to get that out. What was it done over there? Because that triggers the clock to start. Yes, Clinton Steele, yes. I do. Okay. What if we did something? Because when the flying machines leave the station, those go out momentarily. Which is a little bit odd because if this ends, at this end, I'm not sure that's what happens. So close. Are we missing a piece here? That's... I don't think so. Okay, so when those guys get back, these should go out and they should stay out. Okay. So that just started the clock, which is what we wanted. So is it truly that we want to go off this one? Like, at the other ends, we have this one. Like, okay, so as soon as the clock runs out, and this goes back, and then these torches flip state. Okay, so this power is off. No. I launch the flying machines. This power stays on. Okay. Too many states here. So here the clock is running. So we definitely want this to be powered. But when the clock stops running, we want it to be unpowered. But is the clock ever not? We want it to be unpowered. So it is Okay, so our mistake was directly hooking the clock into this. Because what should happen is that in order for the... Let's rip this out. In order for this piston to retract, the clock needs to be not running, which means no items in the hopper. And the machines need to be here. And how do we know if the machines are here? It's... Wait a second. If the machines aren't here, is it even possible to launch? Glad I have a backup. Let's try to answer that question. Let's get rid of the machines. Back them over here. And some. If the machines are away, and we power this, then this line will get powered, which will trigger the upper flying machines, which would be disastrous. I really did not think that a 30-minute clock was going to be the hard part of this. Or at least the swapping about the clock would be the hard part of this. But lo and behold, it is. Okay. So how is that being done over here? So in this state, it should not be possible to launch the machines. How is that being accomplished? Because once the machines launch, because the clock always activates when the machines return. And when that happens, so when the machines return, the clock starts. And that pulls this signal low. Then when this signal goes high, this signal goes high again. The clock ends, the signal goes high. Then it's armed. And flipping this, first of all, allows this high signal to propagate and launch the machine. Second of all, it updates everything so that the piston actually picks up on that. So what we need is a signal from the clock, whether it's running, but if the machines are gone, is the signal high or low? It's still high. It's still in launch mode. Okay. We're so close. I can feel it. Oh. I might have something. So what we actually want to do is pull this thing back. So that launches it. And then it stays. So what we need to do is okay. You know what, folks? It's almost midnight here. It's almost 3 a.m. for Lisa. And who knows what time it is for any of the other folks in chat. So I think we're going to call it here. I think we've made some progress, and I think I need a rest. I need to look at this another day. So thank you all so much for being here. If you want to know the next time I stream, which might be Sunday, but if you want to know the next time I stream, exclamation point Discord. You can join the Discord. Indeed. Thanks for being here, Griffin. But yes, you can join the Discord, and if you sign up for stream alerts, you'll get a little ping about an hour before I go live, and yeah, it'll be fun. So potentially streaming on Sunday, and we'll see how this goes. Okay, let's look for a raid. Indeed, Eve, I need a fresh brain right now. Okay. Thanks, Clint. I appreciate it. Oh, nobody need bits. Let's do. Okay. Okay. What's this person doing? thing. Either way. Someday I'll figure out this rating thing. For now. No. Clicked the wrong button. Creator dashboard, here we go. Oh, right channel. Anybody in the technical Minecraft tag? It's very true. Got lucky with the technical Minecraft tag once, so we found somebody cool, but I don't think he's even streamed in some time. Um, Somebody streaming in French. Oui, oui. Um, okay, good night, Alyssa. Thank you for being here through all the internet troubles. So many people. So hard to know who would be good. Okay, people in here that stream, what is the secret to finding people to raid? I need to know. Fair enough. The trouble is that the people that I follow are people that stream during my time zone, and I'm basically the last person awake in this time zone. Joe, were any of them raidable? Okay. Let's go say hi to somebody who is doing hardcore. Bit of watching people, bit of luck. I don't really speak from a lot of authority though, because I don't really stream anymore. I appreciate it anyway. Okay. We are gonna go say hi to Melon Doodle because they seem nice and they're on my list of people that I can raid. So let's go say hi to Melon Doodle. They're playing a hardcore world and they're building a fishing village. Nice break from your technical Minecraft if that's what you want. All right. I'm gonna start this raid and see you probably Sunday. We'll see. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for being here.